Hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
Putin says Russia and the US have good economic cooperation prospects, and has been cited by Interfax.
Let's make sure my audio is good on YouTube. Like we're good. Oh, you know what? I'm on the wrong Discord client. I'm on Canary. All right, let's try that. Last time I tried to do voice on Canary, things got weird. All right, well, I took off one of my NQ from overnight, but let's see what happens here. 30 or so we've got a decent little balance area here, looks like, since 10. Mm, looks like we need to see this go offer for more downside. That'd be my guess. Why did this tool move? Never find it. So our reversion zone has 60s as offer. That needs to happen. So let's see if this look below can hold. You'd really need to see this 60 hold offer. And then you've got a reversion target at 40 and 710 below. But if 60s hold, just expect more balance. 40, 10. Okay, we're already good on those levels. So this is where either buyers absorb and trap these guys and then rotate us back up, or we actually start to show interest below 60. I've not seeing enough yet to tell me that sell side is going to be able to hold this 60 as offer. Looks like a bid to me, but we'll have a better opportunity. I'll feel a little bit safer. So let's just wait. But if you really wanted to try along, right, you just put it as the wick low and then try to play this back through for a balance trade. But you should have another opportunity once we get back into here. This is your first risk off. We push up. If we can get back in, we go. Okay. All right, so failed to get back over our value edge here so far. Holding as offer. Got 4 minutes left on this candle. 30 to 40 is where I'm guessing we'll probably go if this 60 holds offer. And then we look for a rotation up to 60 would be my guess. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see. Sell side now sitting at 70 to 60 on retest. So we want to watch this area here for this to stay and maintain offer on any look back in. Rotation to here. Ugh, I sneeze so badly. The offer needs to be pretty present here for this short idea to play. So I want to see a look in, and then I want to see an immediate interest out. So whenever I draw stuff like this, what I'm looking for is a very clear look, and then a reactionary offer off. So this is pretty, what we need to see if this rotation down to 40. Just want that offer to be very present there. Risk to 73. I need to grab a tissue. I'll be right back. Um, 50 seconds till new 15s. Five seconds. New 15s have opened. Oh, boy. Hmm, might be all we get for right now. I'd like one more leg down, personally, but hmm. We might need to look up first before we get another leg down. So this is a easy one to kind of predict based off of what was happening here. I'm gonna go to our footprint chart so you can see what I saw here for this short to make sense. We've got buyer present here, seller trapped at lows, buyer trapped at highs, seller loading, back down to where they were trapped last, right? So now I'm curious because we have this as our catalyst here. Is there a better way to do this? Yeah, there is. So we had this guy to play around, and we were watching for an offer to step down below this 70 to 60, right? After seeing this guy as our catalyst. And what we were looking for is for this to offer, and then for a secondary to step in. And what I was hoping for was one more leg down into 710, if this was able to hold. That's all I saw in footprint. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to have to see, I think, a buyer get trapped here above 70 a little bit and then step back down. And then we'll get a secondary leg like this if we can do that. If we can't, it's just going to be another balance rotation back up to these highs. So I'm going to be watching for a secondary leg that looks something like this if we were going to do it. Back down below this. That's the most important part, is waiting for this to happen off of this failure here. Because all we did is these guys are a bit trapped into this low at our 15-minute VWAP into 740. So now we have to wait. So I think between 770 and 780, we look for an offer. And then we look for the look back below 60s for a rotation back down, trapping these traders that are going to be present around here. Let's wait and see if this will set up again. I want to see this guy get trapped, and then I want to see that look back below 60 if we're going to do it. What's up, Canadian? We are patiently waiting here to see if we can get back into this value to play the long up, or if this is where that offer is going to be for the look back down. All we're doing is retesting our original sell where we absorbed the buy into 787, 797, that area there. So just as long as we're holding below Globex high, nothing to really worry about. If we show any interest above, then we'll look for this bid and then rotation through. This is our balance here. Balance. Or yeah, so basically we know that there's an offer sitting here in the red, but we need to get back below for anything more. We're watching for either like a very clear bid who's going to step in here at 70 to 60 for a rotation back over, and then we play this rotation up, or we're looking for this to trap buyers here, just like it did on the last attempt, and then rotate back down below 60s for rotations for a new low into 30 to 40. Just a patience game while we wait. There's nothing that I really want to play with the bid as of yet. It's just a lack of sell. On a footprint at least. There's definitely a passive buyer that's down there. Here, let me put this up on screen again. But I haven't seen enough yet for me to be convinced that we want to go up. Right, like all we're doing is coming up into this guy here. Which is what we thought was going to happen, which is basically we'll attempt to trap in between these deltas for a lower high, and then we will have to wait to see if we see a bid actually get trapped here. I'm not just going to like make it up. So right now I'm seeing that into 80. So I'm watching, this is what I see on footprint right now. Again, with the update. This guy is what I want to see trapped. And then I want to see us back below. And then we can play off that. And then we have two catalysts where these buyers are off sides. And then we look for that rotation down if it's going to happen. If not, right, like this bid will step up. And then we'll look for that rotation above that for a push to highs. Sorry, I'm still zoomed in. Ooh, boy. It's gonna get so loud outside pretty soon. There's like the 4 blocks around me is all jazz fest. They close the streets. It's that time of year. The good news is that right outside of my door is like 9 different food trucks. So I've got that going for me. Yummies, yeah. I always regret not drawing this in one single path. All right, let's see what we can do here. We want to see a look over ETHI and then play off of this. If it's going to go supportive. If not, this is just our offer. There is a world where this is just a short, right? And this is your first target. It's just back down here. Secondary would be the look back below 60s. So just keep that in mind that this is our offer where we're watching for that to be present. We need to see a very clear look above, and then we play off of this as supportive. So just keep that in mind. Why this is a red box. It is what we need to push above for anything more. 30 seconds till new 15s. The reason why we have this area labeled as we do is this is the value high of the previous candle, as well as our ETHI. And yeah, that is what we're looking at. New 15s are opening. See what we do here at POC. So when I see stuff like this, I'm looking for one of 2 things to happen. I'm looking for us to hold POC to value high as resistance, and I think that this is always a potential shorting opportunity, which is why I said what I just said. Right, if we're watching, if we can hold below POC, where did that just go? There we go. All right, this is what we're watching for right now. Can we hold below? Keep that in mind. That we need to show interest above, which is what we have drawn here for that upside move. I personally like playing this a lot more to the downside. But if you are in from here, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like this is potentially supportive into this, right? Until we flip it. So like this is your first risk off for this short, whereas like I just would be waiting for this to be our risk for the downside move. That's how I at least view it. This is just too tight of a range for me to really care, personally. But I want you guys to recognize that like where we opened on that new 15, you can use that as your offer and use your risk into that value high. And I think that that's like a pretty easy way to look for trades on new 15s. That makes sense? And what is our target? I want to show that as well. So high drawings. Well, it's going to be value low, right? Because we're playing this as a D profile value trade. We failed to get above value high. We're opening below POC. So your first target is value low, right? 60s. Does that make sense? And now we look to see if we get that secondary move here on this look below. See how we build. Yeah, great job. And that's I think that like your stop and everything like that's just a part of doing business, right? That happens, and I'm glad that you tried again. You know, it's just a waiting game. Mhm. Yes, exactly. What we're watching for here is just a lower high, and then a look back below 60 for this to actually play. This is why this has to be first target. So now it's just like okay, we've seen this offer still positioned here. We're watching now to see if we're gonna get a lower high. From this lower high, we're seeing that we're basically watching to see if sell side is still interested, because we know that there was going to be a bid here, and now it's about watching to see if we can get the look below and then see if that offer will step down again. Right, we're watching to see offer here, offer stepping down here, and then an offer stepping down here. That allows for a new low if it's going to happen. And that's just the downtrend idea, right? And again, like we know that a bid is going to be here. That's why it has to be our first risk off, because this is our value low of this previous candle and where POC was. So like this is a big area. We need to get below 60 and show interest. We do that, then we can probably head down to 30 and then 10. If this is able to hold and we're able to get back over ETH high, then it's going to be a long for me. Gotta move this over again. All right, let's do this the right way this time. So that it is one path. Make my life easier. Into our hides here again. Not seeing an incredibly excited bid yet. We'd love to see this 80 to 90 hold as supportive, and then they'll look above for the momentum and the rotation up through balance. You can attempt to try here. I think the look above 90 is really important, the momentum. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying this 80 to 90, but if we flip back below 80s and that offer sticks, then it's just going to be a rotation back down to 60 again. So keep that in mind, that your risk has to be pretty tight if you are trying to play off of this. The look above 90 and show of interest is a much better signal for the rotation up. But again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just understand that we haven't shown any interest yet above 90. Just because we're wicking into it does not mean that like we're seeing a buy that's actually looking to push price up. All we're seeing is like an offer that's willing to take in. Right, like when POC is at the high of our candle, what is that telling us? Like there's a decent amount of volume being traded here, right? But there's no interest above that level. Or so there's a passive seller who's sitting there willing to take in these buyers who are trying to push price. So it could just as easily become a trap on the bid for rotations back down, which is why I want you guys to have that perspective of like, oh, okay, like this is why my risk has to be tight here. Because if I'm wrong, we're going to rotate in the opposite direction. You get what I mean? Three minutes till 15s. Give me a candle over this. Okay, promising. This is where bid is able to either push through or we trap and then rotate back below 80 for a rotation down. Want to see a very clear hold over 90. Twenty seconds, 2015s. New 15s opening here, 4 seconds. We're watching footprint. See how we're opening above POC. Incredibly important. Just took off my first risk here into 800. Halfway at a PT. Out one more here into 809. One left. All right. Now let's talk about this. For those that are confused about what we were talking about. Let's go back to footprint. What do we see? From what we've talked about so far today. So if we know that this is where that seller was positioned, right? And we know that we failed at the lows, and we have just reverted to our 15-minute VWAP down at first PT into 40s, and we're seeing the bid step up, and we're seeing interest back over where they absorbed last, and we're closing above POC of the previous candle. Does that give us the interest that we need for the rotation up? Is that a shift from us holding below POCs on our move down when we started to short? Yellow line is POC of previous candle. So does that make sense, waiting for that look over 90s for the rotation up, giving us the confidence to play that? Seeing that there isn't any buying in this, we wait patiently. We see that there's just passive buying into the lows. We see that we know we have a known seller here into 80 to 90. We're watching for that bid to rotate up, and then we're looking to play into this upper rotation. And again, like, we know that there's a passive seller sitting up here. And so like this has to be our secondary target, but we can play this rotation up, seeing this break of our downtrend. Right? Just right into our VWAP. And now we're watching for this bid to now maintain. And we see that buyer step in. We see the deltas. We see an actual bid showing interest up here. And we see an open above. And then we look for that rotation higher. And that goes right into our PT. Do you guys see that? Do we understand the logic there? Or no? It's okay if you don't. This is your time to ask questions. Do we understand, like, this is just us recovering this fixed range low? We were looking for this PT and rotation up to our fixed range high, right? Because once we get back over this, we then have this as our auction that we will then rotate through. This is a shift of value. So this is either going to lead to a breakdown and then rotation back down, showing us that we are trading in this lower auction, or we are going to show interest above and then trade in this upper auction. Right? And then like we can get a secondary leg here if we can show interest into this supply, show that this passive seller is no longer here, and then we can look up where we hold this value edge. But like, you'd kind of be an idiot to not take some profit into these highs, right? Because we clearly see that there's a seller here that's willing to just take in lots. And so now we have to wait and be patient, because what can happen in balance if we don't show interest above? What are we going to have to wait for? What does it look like in a balance trade if sell side's still sitting here into these highs? Well, it'll look like we find our seller again, and then we'll rotate back down to this value edge low. We'll find a bid, and then we'll look to see if this buyer is still present there, and then we'll look over something like this. Right? Because we know that there's a seller here That's obvious if we just look left. Right? This is outside of value. So if value is persisting, then we expect them to be here. And now it's a waiting game to see, is value going to be found at the middle of our range at POC at this like 795, 800, right? Can we hold here? Or do we need to rotate back down to our balance low, which is here first, and then look back above and show that there's an active bid still present here now that we've done the full rotation? I'm unsure as of yet, so we're just going to wait and see. I still have my runner, 791 average on my last contract here. And we'll watch to see if we can hold this breakout, or if the opposite happens, which is a look in, a look back below, trapping these buyers here again, and then a rotation through, and then we watch to see if the bid is present here, and then it's just a look back in, and then we go on our way. So we'll watch here to see how we build. Again, we got to show interest outside of supply. This is why we try our edge low, so that we have the ability, we have some flexibility while we wait for this position. This gives us a lot of room to be in profit. Instead of trying to buy this upper edge, we're in from this lower edge, right? So we have room for this trade to play. And we understand that, like, if we see this guy get absorbed here again, we look for the look back in from this area. This is the most important part. The look in, and then the look back down, and then that offer stepping down, the seller stepping down for a lower high. That shows us that we want to rotate back down through this balance, and it's not done. Like, understanding that is a key concept, and it's the same thing here, right? Like, yes, we have looked above, and we're holding, but what we want to see is that look over, that show of interest, that secondary buyer, the higher low, and it's the same thing here, where we want to see a lower high. Right? Do you see how we have a higher low here, and then we would have a lower high here? That's important, because that's telling us, like, this guy is potentially now trapped, and now we have an offer that's showing that and is now excited to step down. Okay. New 15's opening now, I believe. Yeah. So let's see what happens. All right. I want to go back to footprint just very quickly, because I think what this price action is showing right now is exactly what we just talked about. So let's see how we can build this out. You see how into the same absorption that we saw last? Again, this is where this passive seller is sitting. You see how we've rotated up to this, and we're seeing this bid getting absorbed a bit. We're seeing the seller trying to position here at 810s. So we want to see this look below and then hold if we're going to rotate back down to our 80 to 90, showing us that that seller is still present here, still active, and that we need to come back down to test this low first. It's again, it is imperative to recognize where sell side value is, because that is where we take profit. It is fine to stay in a long runner because we have room, but understand, like, if we hold here from this look above and then we offer below this, we should be watching for this rotation back down, and then we look for the see if this bid is still present here, this 80 to 90, and then we'll look for a bid like this, and then either the seller steps in here again, and then we look down, and that leads to another failure at the highs, or this bids and we look above, and then we continue on our way. Just a balanced trade. So we'll see. We need to get through this guy here. We know that they're present, so it's fine to hold a runner, but understand that it could come fully back on you if you're in at 80 to 90. Right now, we're holding fine, but yeah, these are the scenarios that I'm watching for. You always want to be aware. So far, good open. Holding POC so far. It's a good right side of V trade still. I think if you are long, this is your risk, right? We're just playing off of this block here, which is why I have this. Move this over. Like so. It was so easy. This week was so simple. It's just very slow, man. It's the only problem with this week is it's so slow. But these have been some decent trades. Yeah. I got in at 90 with risk at 80. I'm fine with 10 points of risk. So yeah, I can show you, but I just bought it. I'm more than happy to lose 10 points. But I wanted to be like very adamant about what I was talking about, because I know that people aren't going to exit if we push below 80s. You know what I mean? So that's why I was so cautious there. One second. I gotta make the image smaller, of course. I have to take a screenshot of my screenshot. But yeah, no, I just bought 90. I tried the short. Oh, here, let me do a zoomed in version. Here you go. Again, like I'm totally more than happy with 10 points of risk. Listen, I woke up and I was up 9K. So, like, I'm more than happy to risk 400 bucks. Oh, sorry, guys. Yes, it's off. We're just watching to see if we can flag up here. We are eating through passive sellers, so there's no reason to exit your runner unless you're just fine taking this trade. We're watching to see if we need to do this offer. So this is your risk right now. And we're looking for this rotation down on the short side. This yellow box is your first PT. We are keeping an eye on if needs to come down to our balance low, if we're going to continue to fail here, or if we can build above these passive sellers. Right now, I'm not seeing anything yet that tells me that these guys are gone, which is why we have it labeled as such. We need to show interest over these guys for more, right? We want this to become our risk. What's going on here? Or upside for a move to ADR into like these highs. So just understand, like, this is a passive seller that is sitting here just taking in all of these lots. And this is why we think that there's potentially a rotation back down. And so, like, if this happens, this will just be another opportunity to get back into this trade. So you should be mostly risked off here, but allow for a runner just in case we are able to get through. If this middle of range fails, right, then most likely we rotate back down into this 80 to 90. There's nothing really to do here. That's what I'm trying to get at. You can either risk off and just wait for the break and hold, and that'll be a great opportunity, or we can wait for the look back down into 90 and then look for the long again. It's really up to you. Nothing is telling us either side is wrong yet. It's just two-sided trading up into known supply. I really want to make that clear. Like, we are in balance. This is the top edge of balance. So either balance breaks or it persists. And if it persists, we rotate back down to where our original entry was. It depends, man. I usually am okay. So it's not like a one step system. So we have right. So like the chart and the footprint are the same thing. So it's a weird question. Um, the price action is what I'm using to help execute. The footprint is what gives me the idea, right? Because price action alone doesn't really tell me much. We want to know where people are transacting. And so we use footprint to let us know if the price action idea makes sense, which is why I've been like trying step by step to give you my my breakdown of what I'm thinking based off of what's happening on the footprint chart and why I think these ideas can play. Does that make sense? Right? So we use the footprint as a as kind of our catalyst for our trade ideas, and then we use the price action on chart to allow us to execute. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're good, dude. You can just always ask questions here. That's I will never shame you. But yeah, so it's more of just like a footprint gives us our ideas, and then price action allows us to get better execution, to know when to actually when to enter and exit those trades without having a lot of chop beforehand. Because like the footprint chart, remember, is on a 15-minute time frame. Our price action chart is on a 15-second time frame. So there could be a lot of time where we just chop sideways while we're waiting for the new 15-minute candle to print. You know? So we execute based off of it because it's giving us it is showing us potentially better entries than just like buying based off of the 15-minute chart and then being caught in chop the next 15 to 30 minutes while not being wrong. We just want to make sure that we're getting execution that isn't going to emotionally drain us while we wait for a trade to play. Which is why I was so adamant about looking over that 90 first. It's like, yeah, like there's nothing wrong with this area, right? And I'm more than happy to execute off of this area because 10 points of risk to me is more than it's in my tolerance. But if you just wait for the look over 90 where I added to my position, right, on this look above and show of interest above, that gives you a much better entry than just waiting in this while we figure out which way we're going to break. Does that make sense? Right? Like this is just chop where we're deciding. This is two-sided trading that's happening here. But just waiting for the look above and hold, right? Any show of interest above this allows for a much better entry. Yeah. So that's why I'm adamant about stuff like that, is because like it will be clear when it actually happens. And then it's just up to you and your risk profile of like what are you happy with? We all have different amounts of that we are willing to risk. We're all in different sized accounts. We all have different mentalities, right? Emotional states, and so it's one of those things where I will show you what I think, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, what the idea is, when I'm wrong, right? And then it's still up to you to take that information and then decide if it's worthwhile for you. Because you are a different human being than I am. And so your mentality is going to be different and your everything's going to be different. It just is what it is. Yeah, I mean, $300 might mean a lot more to you than it does to me. And so like if you lose on a $300 trade, that might be a really bad thing for you in the short term. And it's like, oh, okay, well, now I don't feel comfortable taking the next trade because I lost on this. And like, okay, now you're in a bad state. I'm thinking we're getting the full rotation back down to 80 to 90, but we'll see. This has to be first risk off if you're playing this as a short. Into our mid here at 800s. See what we do. You should expect a little bit of relief here. This is a beautiful footprint setup. But for me is like being able to see under the hood of what exactly, that's literally what it's doing, right? And that's why it's so important to allow for you to know when you should be looking for different setups. Because sometimes like price action is showing a very different thing than what footprint is showing. And as long as you understand like how to trade around buyers and sellers and people who are off sides, like that's your catalyst to actually take trades. Right? When we can see absorption, when we can see exhaustion, when we can see people who are off sides, like these are the catalysts that actually fuel the entries that we're looking to take. And that's going to give us the fuel for the trade to actually move, to play out, right? So it's incredibly important to either be able to see that on price action or in volume profile, or just be able to start to realize what we're looking for based off of footprint. Like even on TradingView footprint, it's the same idea that I just talked about, which is we opened below POC, your risk is to your value high here, and this is a short trade that you can take just based off of that logic that I just put on for the last 3 trades, right? New 15 is opened. This is now your risk. We're opening below POC. Your risk is to your value high, and you're playing it down to first target, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But you can also just see that, like, oh, okay, we know that there's a passive seller sitting up here. We know we're opening below POC. Like, this is now where we need to break above for buyers to have a fighting chance. Or we should be expecting a rotation back down. And if we continue this cycle, then we should be expecting a rotation back down to this POC. Right here, like, I think it's a bit clearer on the Tradevate footprint, so I'm going to show it there. But you can see the same thing on TradingViews. My filtering is just a bit more in depth on Tradevate. You see what I'm talking about here? Again, we know that this is a passive seller sitting up here just taking in lots. So this is our long target. We know we can see that guy getting absorbed here. What's happening now? Well, this is the offer trying to step down, right? So it's exactly what we were just talking about, where it's like, okay, this guy looked above. We're now seeing the offer attempt to step down, and now we're watching to see if we're getting this last rotation, playing off of these deltas now for a lower high. So if we can see that offer step down, then we know where we're headed. And then we look for if this bid is present here. And we know, like, if the bid is going to hold, that we're going to need to see that rotation above and playing off of these sellers who would then be offsides. Yes or no? That guy. Surely. ES looks so much better than NQ up here. Crazy. It is absorbing into like 805, 810 right now. Sorry, the bid is being absorbed into that. So we're watching to see if we can push over like 15, really. Or we expect the offer to maintain here 5 to 10, and then basically look down for this rotation. Need to show interest above, or this is just the offer lowering and lower highs, just slow, 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 slow. We're holding where we thought we would, which is just our mid pivot. But there's definitely some volume being transacted here into 805, 810, offer holding so far, 40 seconds till new 15s. If that happens, then just expect the full rotation. Watch what happens into the new 15-minute candle that opens 30 seconds. It is pouring rain outside. Wonder if they cancel Jazz Fest. Oof. All right, we got our full rotation down from our passive sellers. Let's see what happens down here. That's your secondary risk off for shorts. We need to see sell side get below this, ensure this is offer if we want to continue down. Or we are going to find a bid here, rotate back up, and then look for a rotation higher. So really important that we see the offer step below this and then be able to hold, or we are just going to trap and then we look for the bid over 90s again. Keep that in mind. Later, Sparrow. Have a great weekend. Offer getting a bit heavy here into 80 to 90. We'll see if they can hold this or if they get trapped. Should be able to pop back over if we can hold over 90s. If 80 to 90 holds offer, then we're looking for one leg down to 760, 750 would be my guess. So just watch. This is where value should be found if we're going to hold this balance low, right? If we're trading in this balance structure. So it is an incredibly important pivot, just like it was on our last attempt. This is where the bid should be. We need to see them step over, just like we did on our last long. We understand that this is where they should be found. So let's see what they can do here. Excuse me. Jesus. Dying. It's crazy how much stronger ES is than NQ with RTY, but just in a straight line. True, I guess, yeah. I really, really, really do not see a short on ES until this low breaks. I just don't see an argument to be made. Like there are so many trapped traders who have been absorbed on ES in these lows. I mean, what we've got. Uh, it's like 900 some contracts down into this low. Like 1,000 contracts into this low. Right? Like there's just like we need to breach below this for a shift, or it just makes sense to rotate up. And that's what we have labeled as well. Like there's just not much there. And ES is just so much stronger with this Russell move. That being said, Russell just hit our reversion zone, so we could see potentially a little bit of a pullback here, but that could be good for NQ. We'll have to wait and see what happens. First target should be 800, 799, whatever you want to do if you want to front run it. We have 20 seconds until new 15s, holding our low so far. Just balance. New 15s. Retesting our edge. Oh boy. What? Up. Just waiting for this to break in a direction here. Yeah. Yeah, straight up. Yeah, ES is a bit better, but NQ is fine. It's just in this upper balance. Just watching to see if we break below 80s and hold or break over 90s and hold. Right now, all we're seeing is passive buyers absorbing sellers into this 80 to 90. As long as that's continuing, we're fine. First target is still just 800. Second target is still just up into our like 15, 815. But if we start to show interest below 80s on any test, we will be looking for a rotation down to 760. That's the idea. So offer slowly stepping down here. We are holding a lower POC. I'm just watching this edge. If offer remains under this, I think that that's a pretty good sign that sell side wants to rotate us down. So this is just a two-sided trading area. We're watching to see if this offer will step down, and then we can look into this 80 edge for an entry. If we can then play off of that for rotations down to 60. Right now, it's just two-sided chop. You don't really want to be caught in this. Any looks over 90 in bid, I think, are fine to play up. You know, your first risk off is 10 points. It's not great, but secondary target would be the full balance rotation. But yeah. Thank God. All right. See if we can hold below this 80, 85-ish area. That'd be ideal if we were going to rotate down to that reversion target at 50 to 60. Now the press conference is over. We have 50 seconds until new 15-minute candles. Just watching to see how this little area concludes before we go crazy. This 33 to 31 on ES has been incredibly absorbed. Like, we just absorbed a lot down here. So keep an eye on it just in case this is another bounce point. I really think you need to get below this 31.50 for more. This is our bounce at our 73. I would like to see a very clear offer here following our pathing if sell side was going to be able to hold this. New 15 is opening now. This is what I see. This is our value edge. This is our POC. This becomes our risk. Watch this to see if offer holds here. If not, we look for the flip for it to go supportive. Nice. 3150 on ES held again. No, there's not really much to say. See if we get a lower high or if this bid is able to maintain here. All right, testing into POC of previous candle here. See if it can flip it, or if this holds offer. Need to look back below 80s for any downside, just like last attempt. What a slow area, man. Could hold a 90 so far. Needs to look over 800 for more. We'd like to see the new 15s open above this POC if we're going to keep going. Twenty seconds. It's almost like you could use that as a scalp level. There's literally nothing to do between 80 and 90. You just play the reaction on the hold from a look below, and then that is your edge. When we just like rotate in between, there's just nothing. I love Dyson's side quests they do. Like, why are they growing strawberries? They're always doing something crazy. Oh boy. Holy, get me out of here. One big, beautiful paragraph. See if 90 can stay bid for this rotation up from the look below and now the look above. These are the important areas to me. Holy shit, get me out of here. Hmm. It's actually wild. Stuck we are. All right. Time to reevaluate. POC is shifting here. Looking for 60 or a pushback over 80s for rotations back up to 800. Just watching. The look below and then the look back above 80s is what I would like to play. But if this offers, we just look down to 60 for reversion to 50-minute VWAP. See what happens. I personally don't think that there's anything wrong to attempt to look for the short for like 75 to 80 as your stop. So it's like a 5 points of risk for the move down to 60. Or you can just wait for better action. It's like either we show interest over 80s or the 75-80 holds offer and we rotate down to 50-60. I'm personally just like not really seeing enough to want to play. It's too slow for me. But this is like a pretty tight risk right now. So just keep that in mind. Like we're looking for either the bid over 80s from the look below that allows for upside. Just like I have marked here, right? This is the same thing that happened here. Is the look below and then the look back up that leads to upside. Look below, look back up, rebid, that leads to upside. Same thing over and over and over again. But if we hold this 75 to 80 as offer, then we'll look for that rotation down to our reversion target. Yeah, let's see if we get follow through, man. 40 second. It's so slow. New 15s. Oh, for salt cap. That's what he said. So they're trying to find a workaround for the state and local tax deduction. Okay. You're playing off this 75 to 80. You have to take off a little risk here into these wick lows. I know it's only 10 points, but like we are not moving. Like I don't know what else to say. I'd love to see the 50, but the market doesn't care what I want. So here are your wick lows. Let's see if we can get this next leg. That would be amazing for 5 points of risk. There we go. Let's see what we can do here. Mount half into 60. Pray that we get like 2 hours of good trading now, and then the rest of the day is just shit. My stop is just resting at 80 on my final contract. I'm not touching it. We can look above 80 and hold, then we can just rotate back up to 800. 20 points. If 80 holds as resistance and I get tagged out and we look back below 73, 75 and offer, then I'll look back for a short again. There's no change in anything that I'm doing or looking for. We hit our reversion target into our 15-minute VWAP at 760. We found a bid. We rotated back up. Now it's just a waiting game. Seconds till new 15s. Offer held 80, rotation down. Back to our reversion target. I'm not in this. I'll wait for a secondary leg. Five seconds till new 15s. Just watching this offer into 760, 770. That's where I want to reoffer. See what happens here. We have a really nice little delta above that we can play around. Jesus Christ. We're here again. Love that for us. He's like, oh, it's market's at all-time highs. I can put tariffs back on to nuke the market again. This is more than likely a bid here at 700 to 710. I will wait for entry. This is our 30-second opening range on NQ. 710 to 690. I am going to be patient here. Mm-hmm. This is your most bearish offer. I'd much prefer us to retest this 60 to 70 though, to be honest. Are people in this trade still, or did you get tagged out into 80? Or over flat, yeah. It's so annoying, man. Yeah. Same. Love that. There's really nothing to play off of here. I mean, unless you want to just long the opening range, which is fine, but like offer wise, I'm just waiting. Again, like your most bearish sell here is into 30 to 48. I'd much prefer to see us come up to these deltas at 60. But we have to be aware that there's potentially an offer here into 35, 48. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it's what I'm looking for, you know, personally. But I'm gonna be aware of this 35, 48. Yeah, good job, bro. We can look for more downside once we get below 690, 700. Until then, it just looks like probably balance here for a bit until Trump yaps again. I'm so annoyed that I got stopped out for a point before a 100-point downside move. It is what it is. It's basically the same data, but Tradeovate has more data. The problem with TradingView is it doesn't have tick data. So it's aggregating a lot of the volume information, which is why I use a higher time frame for it, because it still works incredibly well on the higher time frame. But we don't have tick data on TradingView. So it's an aggregate of the volume rather than like, yeah. So that's really the only difference. It's just a little less accurate. But it gets the job done. Especially again with using a higher time frame. I would not trust lower time frame footprint data on TradingView whatsoever. We're getting back into yesterday's auction. Hmm. Another bid off of 690, 700. Offers sitting at 715, 720. See if they hold that or if we push through. One candle for 100 points and then slow down again. You gotta love it. So let's see if this offer can sit here, hold us, or if we're going to rotate back up. He's taking advantage of all-time highs, man. Just like last time. Did you see Russia and China invited Mexico to the BRICS talks? You know how bad that would be for the US? Actual clown fiesta. One of our border allies joins BRICS. That'd be crazy. I'm attempting a small short here with a stop at 48, but I want to see us come into 60 to 70 for a real short. There's a bid here, and I think I'm going to get stopped out, but I think it's worth risking 8 points just in case sell side does take advantage of this and get us below 25. That's kind of your line in the sand here. We need to break below 25 for downside. This could easily just be a flag up to 60, and I want that to be known that we have this pocket here with POC to value high that I'm looking at for a potential buy. But if we show interest below that, I think sell side can definitely push this thing down. So really just keeping our eye on this pocket here, this yellow. See if this bid can hold. I think that there's an argument to be made that this is a fine area to look for a potential long for that move up to 60. I personally just am playing off of PVC at 48, so I'm going to risk off 1 here into 23, and then I'm just going to leave a runner just in case. Again, my stop is sitting at 48. I'm just playing with the direction of the news, but I think that there's definitely a potential bid here, so that's why I've risked off 1. And I'm just playing off of our most recent seller at 35 to 48. Hopefully it makes sense if I put this fixed range on of why I think that bid could be there. All right, good hold so far. Still just at our offer here into 40-48. If we get over this, we should be able to capture like another 10-20 points as we push into 60-70. But keep that in mind that it is a very tight auction here. I'm more than happy to just get stopped out at 48 and then look for higher. We held where we needed to at our lows, held our 30-second opening range from 690 to 700. And we're now just two-sided trading here. Seller a bit caught at 730, but we haven't been able to punish yet with this chop. What? It says he's wagered 3.5 billion.
Surprised.
That's insane. As we come down into 710, if you are playing off of 40 to 48, this should be your secondary risk off. This is our value low of this candle at 707. So just keep that in mind. There is a lot of potential for a bounce here. We would need to see a very clear look and hold below 690, 700 for me to think that we get another leg down. I'm going to attempt to hold, but again, like if you don't have the ability to risk off, this is where we're watching to see if a bid steps in here. And then you look for a lower high, and then we watch to see if the offer steps down like that. XQC is not a billionaire. He is definitely a multimillionaire. But these gambling companies give him accounts to play on because he then influences other people to spend real money. Yeah, like the platform Kick, the way that they're funded is not by the streamers, but because they are owned by Stake, which is an online gambling company. So all of the streamers then stream that, and then they basically get all of the people who watch Kick streams to then gamble. And that's how they fund it. Start look below. Let's see if we can hold it. Still have a 1 on here from 38. This is yesterday's balance. This 70 to 80. $50 to 60 is where we were able to hold overnight, where my long was that I closed this morning, guys. So I'm gonna continue to maintain that is where our risk off really needs to kind of take place. If we look at the hard time frame, we can see this 50 to 60 was our pivot in the Globex session, and then we were able to slowly build over this balance high. We're just back to this balance high here. So I'm watching to see if this is going to hold and we can get back over 10 to 15, or if this is going to maintain, because if it does, we will then be looking for rotations down like so, where 70 will go offer, and then we can play this down. But if this holds, then all we're going to be waiting for is how this balance between our 70-80 and our 700-710 works out. So this can be trapped here for quite a bit. If we are able to then push over this, should be able to then rotate up, I would think. And then come back up to this higher liquidity up into 60 to 70. But if again, like we push below our 70 to 80 here, and then we see a very clear offer at 70s, I'll be looking for the rotation down, just like we were playing yesterday through that balance. I don't know if you guys remember this, but this was awful when we were playing here. This was yesterday's price action. So this is your secondary PT, full pathing, again, just into the 70 to 80. Now it's just a matter to see if we can get under or not. I am flat waiting for a decision. What is this? I don't think I meant to make this line. I don't know what this is. Oh, I messed something up. How did that happen? All right, there we go. That was supposed to be there. This should be a decent decision point for our next leg. These are holding the opening range low here into our mid, watching to see what happens into like 10 to 15. If offer holds there and we absorb and then rotate back down below 90, I think we get one more leg. So just keeping an eye on this. We know that this is where this last offer was, where we swept through. So can sellers defend this sweep, basically? Right, so we're trying to hold here. We know that the offer is sitting here. I'm watching to see if we trap and then look back below for more downside, or if the bid can step up, show interest here again, and then we can look for the rotation up. Not really interested in playing the opening range, personally. I'll wait for a breach and hold on either side. Unless we see someone like very clearly trapped. See if this 90 can hold. That'd be awesome. That would give us a risk here. Such a big level here on ES into 200s. Watch like 66, 65, and then look for a reoffer 70, 80 if we're going to hold. ETH low is into 50, 60. That's next PT, bottom of this range from yesterday. So again, I'd love to see a little bit of a bid here, an offer that clearly flips this buyer to a seller, and then our balance rotation from yesterday. There it is. So again, this was our Globex low, basically. So there's not a ton more here until we show clear interest below this low. This was defended pretty heavily in overnight trading. This is why this was our target. Now it's just a matter of seeing if we can get below it for a true shift, in my opinion. See what we can do here, but this is just yesterday's balance. It's pretty bearish, in my opinion, if we can start to hold below here. But like the bid is very clearly attempting to defend. I'm gonna delete this now that this is played. Same thing with this. Just watch to see what happens now. Defended our low. See if offer sits 70 to 80 again. Or if we can flip back over and then rotate this upper range that we were trading earlier. Back up to 700, 710. See what they do. Oh my god, I just messed up. Why is that a button in the tools? Why is it right below the shape? Remove all drawings on this page. Why is that? Why did I? Deleted so much information. What the heck? How did I even do that? Where was that? Yeah, in Trade of It, I misclicked and I. Control Z works? Intraday? I don't think so. Doesn't do anything for me. This is potentially a decent low. See what they do with it. This bid here at our ETH low was not bad. We just need to get over 80s. We held where we wanted, got our rotation up to our offer, found a higher low. Now watching to see if bid can overtake this. Rotation's back up. Offer still very clearly here, but like this is setting up for potentially something. Yeah, now trading view, I'm good, but there was on Tradeovate, there's a button directly below the shape tool, and it's to delete all drawings on your current chart with no confirmation or anything. It's just it's quality design. This is our risk right now, by the way. The same as yesterday. We're looking to see if we can get this look above and then hold to play this 70 to 80 as supportive for rotations up to 710, or if this 7280 is just going to hold as resistance for continuation down for a move to 35. Just keep that in mind. So any looks from below, we're looking to see if this bid holds for rotations up. If you're uncomfortable playing this balance, just don't touch it. Just wait, right? But this is your current auction that's taking place. It's the same range we were trading yesterday that was awful. This is our push down into next target. If this Globex low holds as resistance, again, like this will be a big shift of trend. Don't know how much more we get. This is where liquidity was found on every dip. This 30 to 40. So if we flip this, I'm probably looking for like 600. Flat weighting decision here. Watching to see if we can play momentum here. Look below. Watching reoffer in 35.42. See if we can hold this. Out one there into 620 from 35. Looking for 605 next. 600, whatever you want to call it. I've got 175 as next level if we hold ETH low on ES. Keeping an eye on this Russell VPOC that we're about to push into at 73.6. Our bounce there at 73.6 on Russell at that VPOC. Watching our retest into ETH low on ES. Just waiting here. Watching to see if we can get over 60s off of the recovery of this 40. If we can start to build above POC of previous candle, I'm interested in longs. If our ETH low holds, there's no change, right? It's the same trade as before where we're just watching this to offer again for rotations down. So really just which way are we going to break here? Can we get back over our ETH low and build, or is this going to trap here and then rotate below our pivot for continuation down? Just keeping an eye on it. Mm. A good lower high at 50s, 60 offer. I want to see us push below this 35.40 or bid very clearly over 60. I'm still just flat. I see the same things though as before. Right? Like you have two options here. You can play this lower high here with your stop above this wick. That's totally understandable. This is first PT, this is second PT. Or you can just wait for this. Again, like all we did was reject our Globex low here at 60. See what happens on this look below. This is our value low of previous candle here at 32. Music stopped. Yeah, you're probably gonna need a little bit of a wider stop with about like half the normal volume on Dom right now. It's gonna be a bit volatile. Look below, see if we can hold it. this offer holding below 20s is going to be so important for our next leg. This is again where we took our risk off from the short on the first attempt down. That should be your next risk off. See if we can get follow through. Target below this would be 70s if we can show interest below 600. Just playing off our pivot. Now what? I don't have a runner. I don't limit there at 605. So now I gotta wait. I feel like 580 is like actually achievable here. If we can get below 600. Other leg. We have 5 minutes until next 15. I do one more rotation on us. This is Russell double bottoming so far. I need RTY to break down for next leg. ATR says there can't be much more down. See, the problem is like this is news driven, so we shouldn't expect our averages to kind of maintain. It's the only difference. Just keep that in mind. I, like I agree with you for the most part, but again, like it's news driven, so like if people are gonna sell, this is why like there's a reason to sell now instead of just like, oh, we're doing the normal. Like tariffs are back on the table. Tariffs don't care about our ADR. They don't give a shit. So, um, I will just continue to play off of like the most recent buyers and sellers until something shifts. I don't know if I'm gonna get an entry for this last rotation. Might be too quick. I don't like anything down here. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. It's like, but like my target below 600 is just like 20 points down, so it could happen like immediately. So I'd have to have like a really tight stop and a really and like a limit ready to go into 570, 580. We see the look below 600 stop will have to be like 605. I don't know. I'm trying to plan for it, but I don't. I think we're probably safe until Russell figures out which direction it wants to go. I think it just like chops for a bit. We have a minute into new 15s. Hopefully, I can make a decision then. Surely that gives us an opportunity somewhere. Right now, I mean, like you've got your bid into the low, right? Just look at your POC to value. So right now, like the better risk is playing this for rotation back up to here. But I'd really like to be able to play this next leg down if this fails, and then using this as our risk, this rotation here. It's just going to be like, where do we close on this POC? We've got 30 seconds. Yeah, like I don't. When I meant safe, it's like it's like we should just be like sitting here until new 15, and until Russell decides directionality as well. Like if it breaks this double bottom, then I think downside feels like pretty good. But I want the full market to move with us because I like ES into 75s. If we can hold like this ETH low and this LVN that we just made for one more leg down. But I would like to see Russell with us for that. And then we can just play RTY down into ADR on a break of 73.6. But like if we just continue to hold here, like this is just a bid, right? We opened at that POC to value. So this is just uppies with like 6 points of risk. So with that in mind, where where does it make sense for Russell to actually find our offer? I'm seeing most liquidity sitting at like 78. I think that'll be our test. Just like watch this. Sounds like Jazz Festival started outside. Huge. I was telling them like the Jazz Fest is the greatest because all of the food trucks park directly outside my front door. I don't know. Yep, but it's awesome. It's your full rotation here from 605 up to 33 to 42. See if we can flip pivot or if this holds. Same rotation as before. I'm not seeing anything on the sell side yet that makes me want to try this as a short. It's just a risk off for a long. There's value high previous candle here, 242. Mm, like finger on the trigger, looking potentially to play this long. I don't know. I like that stop at 33 with PT at 40, with entry at 43. That's like your risk, but I don't know if it's worth. It's like what, we're just playing it up to 60. I don't know. I definitely see it. Yeah, I was too scared to pull the trigger there. It'll be all right. I'll be right back. If it's worth now. Good retest. Key is to get over 60 with force. It has to be your first PT if you're playing off of this edge here at 42. If we can show interest over 60, we should be able to like go pretty quick. It should be like clear that we want to go, is what I'm saying. Okay. Offer at 70. Mega bill. All right. Not looking great here. I'm gonna try one ad just in case. Stop at 52 for my 46 average. And if this fails, then just don't think it's worth. So really tight stop. We're just not seeing what we need yet from buyers up here. Like, yes, we're above 60, but there's not anything really to be excited about as of yet. Stalling out here isn't going to be beneficial. It's just going to trap. How much time do we have left? A minute? Might have to wait. I feel like it's like a 50-50 if I get stopped out into new 15, and then I might have to re-enter. A big level on Russell, top of oscillation here. See if it can keep going. That'll give us the fuel that we need, I think, for NQ and ES. But if not, then like this is opening range low on ES here into 200. It's a big pivot, as well as Russell top of range here into 180.5. I'm filled 1 on 70 here from 44, 40, 45. Just in my runners now from our retest of 60. So I'm risking 8 points on runners right now. Stop at 52. Nah, this action is hard sauce. It's because it'll like the slowdowns like are just a bit rough. Um, oh, yeah. Yeah. I wish I had actually taken this long. I just didn't get my entry. It like wicked into it for all of 5 seconds, so I didn't get filled. This was such a good trade. Playing off of that, these guys who were trapped here into 600. As soon as we saw that bid step up at 611, I should have played it. But instead, I'm just playing off of this pivot here at 42. Now tempting here on my ads. But like the chances of me getting stopped are pretty high here without a look over 80. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But that's the thing is it's like you can then just play that because it's 6 points, right? So like your risk there is fine, and then like if it flips, like we'll know that we're wrong very quickly, and then we can play the momentum down. Because like the flip will be very clear. I'm like you'll see it on Delta for sure once we get through that. I just didn't get filled. That's the only problem with that. It was so quick. I don't know how many contracts actually got filled there, but I wasn't one of them. So this is ES rejecting our ORL on a 30-second here into 200, as well as Russell top of range at our 80.7. It's kind of just like your full loss of momentum. It sucks. I just got stopped. I'm gonna wait. Need to see Russell and ES find a low. I'm hoping ETH low is that low for a higher. Just gonna watch to see if like we find a bid here and then can get over this for next entry. Same thing on RTY to see if we can find a higher low here, and then show interest above, or if it's going to be a full oscillation. It was worth trying that, but kind of a greedy area to attempt to add more. My stop is literally like the wick low, but I'm fine with it. Because like if this does flip, then we're in an okay spot where I can just play the next leg up. I don't need to be trapped here between 50 and 60. It's like just not worth. Just hang out. Oh, I'm glad that you got in there at 604. Glad you got filled. That makes it worth it. Yeah, that sucks. Actually, it stopped out to the tick, but it's okay. I'm just not going to play this rotation. I'll wait for the breach. Not about to FOMO in at 70. Like if EOS can get over 202, 204 and show interest, like we're in a pretty good spot for upside. But if we continue to just oscillate here between ORL and ETH low, like I don't want anything to do with this. Like I'm just gonna get chopped up if we just continue to trade like that. Same thing on Russell. I need a directional decision out of this oscillation. Don't panic if you're not in this. I think we get a much better opportunity in 3 minutes. Yeah, there's like absorption all the way up to 700 from there. But like if we can get through this guy here that's at like 86 to 700, we should be able to freely rotate up to 730, which I'm much more interested in playing than trying to contest with this guy here. This is how I'm watching this. Like this is basically absorption. One minute till new 15s. I think this looks good. Okay, we're ready. POC holding on open a new candle here at 70. See if this Russell breakout can hold for the move to ETH low. Still just hitting our heads on this 85 guy. Need to get over 700s for more on NQ. It's going to be a slow eat of this supply, I think. We push through and we're in a really good spot. For ES enjoyers, I think 204, 206 needs to go supportive, and then we're off to a really good spot. Just held where we needed to on the lows. We just want to see Russell show interest on this break. And I want to see ES over our ORM to ORH and show that is supportive. I'm playing 10 points of risk right now. I got a bad fill into that low on open of this 15. It's at 75s, so my stop's 65. But I only have one because I was hoping to add at over 700. There's not really much here. This is just our NQ 30-second opening range low. Again, like I need to see us over 700s in bid. Kind of expect this to kind of random walk here. RTY retesting pivot. This 80 to 85 can continue to bid. We're in an okay spot. RTY really nice retest and push. Just need to see if we can get that on ES now. I should have added at 85. It'll be all right. So you have two options here, in my opinion. You can attempt to try to short 700, 710, or you can look for this to flip long here for a rotation up to 730. I'm not sure yet which way is going to win. I'd like to see the 700 hold for this rotation up, but we have to respect that our ORH is at 710. So we're watching to see if we absorb here and trap above, and then look back below, or if we can build here, then look for that rotation up into target. See what we can do. You'll be much more happy with this short under 690 if it does play. So just keep that in mind. See what we can do here. This is our test into our 10s ORH. See if we can build above, or if they offer here and then try to rotate us back below. Buyers resting at 700, 690. Again, if this 10 can flip bid, we should be able to rotate up to 30 to 35. If 10 holds offer and we push below 90s, I expect that this buy trend is done. So this is our test. See if we can hold this 690, 700 as supportive, and then see a secondary buyer step in over 710. That is the key. Just radio that. New 15s. Yeah, there's someone pretty clearly taking in size here. But if they dip, then we just go to 30s, like very quick. But if they fail, right, then it's just these buyers get trapped here into 10, then offer steps down below 690, and then we just keep going down trend. Is ES almost at target off of our hold of 204, 206, just like we talked about. Rotating up, 12 to 14 is basically target. There's not much here. It's just view up and our pivot from earlier. So just keep that in mind. We've now followed full pathing on ES. MOC 1 minute. It's up to you if you want to be long into MOC. Understand your risk. 10 seconds. Expect volatility. Okay, there's target. There's your 35, just like we talked about on the flip over 700s, and there's your target on ES into VWAP. If we get more, awesome, but you should be pretty happy about a 15-minute VWAP reversion, which is what this is. If you have the ability to hold a runner, there's no change until we look below 690. It's not really a great short. Expect sell side to be here into 735. I'm flat. That was the trade. Later, man. Glad you had a good day. Ooh, sounds fun. Have a great weekend. Yeah, seriously. Man, I love those reversion trades. Did people play off the 700 for the 30 points or no? Risking 10 for 30? I feel like it's a good risk to reward. No? Oh, great job, Rocket. Too quick. Hello? Too quick is crazy. Oh, are you talking about like the MOC wick? No, you just gotta stay in it, man. You gotta believe. Yeah, exactly, Alejandro. So it's just like, here, let me zoom out. So once we find like a local low, like that we had here at 600s, and we see that this guy's off sides, and then we start to just do this upside move, all I'm looking for is a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP here off of Globex. So we like basically tagged outside of our second deviation on our lows, and then we got back in. So we weren't really looking for too much more downside here. This is where we exited our shorts. So now I'm just looking for a reversion back up to this area. So once like that becomes my target, and like we knew it was very clear that there was a seller here at 85 to 700, and the idea was is that if we could get through this guy, that we would revert back up to our VWAP here. So like I can show you what that looks like on footprint. I think that'll make a bit more sense. Here, I'm gonna actually switch to a different time frame so that it's easier to draw. All right, so check this out. What do we see here? So this was that long at the lows that we were looking at, where it's like, okay, well, there's very clearly someone taking in size here at 600. The bid is stepping up over 10s. This is worthwhile to play. But why do I care about this area here? And why did we call this our passive seller? It's like this is the last bid that got absorbed, and then we offered and then rotated down off of it. So as soon as I see this bid step up over 700s, I'm now actively looking for this rotation back up to these buyers and sellers that were up here, right up into 730. So this is our 15-minute VWAP as well as where POC is resting off of both sessions. Right. So as soon as we push through this guy, I know that this sell leg is done. And I'm not looking for more downside until we show that all we're doing up here is trapping and then stepping back below 690. Right? So like to me, if we're over 700s, I have to be long with my stop at 690 for this rotation up. I don't see anything else. If we like trapped here and we started to see this buyer and then we started to see like these red selling deltas again, step back below, I would have shorted the hell out of this for the downside leg. But because we are showing interest above, I have to play with 10 points of risk here, 690, 700 for the rotation up. So it's just a reversion to our view up where we've been selling. Right. So like if we can step over this now at 730 and make it supportive, then like we have more upside potential. And like that's what we're trying to do right now. You can see it like this 35, they're really trying to make it supportive. And that should give room up to 760 and then 780 as targets. And then remember, like, why do we care about this area? Well, if we go and look, this is a really important area for where shorts want to reload into this 60 to 70. This is what we were looking for on this down leg. So there's a huge amount of deltas here that we want to see how price interacts in. So if we can get up here, this is potentially a really nice short. Like there's not too much worthwhile for longs until we can show interest over 80s. I'd even argue that this is a worthwhile risk, like this big of a range. Like this is where you should start to be looking for sellers into 60 to 80. Like this is just this is it. So like this is a great secondary PT here. And then we watch to see if we can build over 80s. If we build over 80s, then we just go up. If this 60 to 80 holds, then there's no change from the initial sell candle. This is just a reloading point for sellers. I don't know if I answered your question. Let me know if you have more. But yeah, I was just looking for that 15-minute reversion once we got over this this seller here from POC to value high of this candle. 85 to 700. That's why I said it's like if you missed the trade below, it's fine to just wait because like we had our catalysts. Remember what our catalysts were for this breakout? It was ES building and being able to hold here over our opening range high, which it did. And then we were looking for a rotation back up to view up. What were we looking for on Russell? Well, we were looking for this breakout and retest here, right? For the upside move. So we had multiple catalysts for this move to go higher, right? That's what matters, is we have fuel for the fire. So everything played exactly what we wanted to for the upside potential. And nothing invalidated that, which is great. And now it's just a matter of what do we do here, right? Like this is definitely where we should be looking for sell side liquidity to try to be present. I think it's a little premature to attempt directly at this edge. I don't hate it, but you have 40 seconds till a new 15-minute opens, so you might as well just wait this 30 seconds and see how we interact here. We can already see that buyers are getting absorbed into 60. Yeah, yeah. So like the 60 target is like they're just absorbing here. What is like 270 contracts so far? But if we get over 80s, that's definitely upside potential. But this is where we were looking for shorts before. It just never came. So then we had to short what, 30s, I think, instead. And it's an immediate sell. I'm not in this, but you're just playing this down to 30 as your first PT. But you guys have a good weekend. I think today was good. Hopefully it was good. Hopefully you guys had an alright time. This is first PT 7:30 from 60. Yeah. Peace. Any questions before I dip? Or are you guys good? Yeah, man. Welcome to the community. Please, please, please reach out to us if you have any questions. If you ever try to DM us, know that it probably goes instantly to our spam. So just add us in here and be like, hey, Sig, or hey, Dap, or hey, Tom, whoever you message, if you have questions over the weekend, and be like, I sent you a DM, check DMs. That's all you have to say. Like, just at me in this chat room. Be like, DM sent, and then I'll check my spam folder. But if you have no questions, just let me know. Always remember you can ask whatever you need on the stream. All right. Have a great weekend. Goodbye. Goodbye.